Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else, and you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily. This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the sunset safari of today, where the sun will be setting and we will be coming to you live from many different locations across South Africa with lots of weird and wonderful large and small critters to show you. Now, we are next to a fallen over tree, that is correct, but we are just looking to see if there's any critters inside. It's a hot day, so a good place to start is shade and, of course, water. So everyone, I hope you're ready. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the African bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. You are sitting comfortably on the wonderful fluffy cushions of Wendy's back seat next to Davy, of course, who is my cameraman today. I'll introduce him first. And then I'll introduce myself. My name is Lauren, and it is an extremely hot day in Djuma, so this is why we stopped. This is the tree that we found the civet on last night. Now, civets are nocturnal, so I'm not expecting the civet to still be there, but it's a nice little reminder that your reptiles, insects, even some amphibians are going to live inside the dark crevices of trees and logs, any sort of holes to keep cool from the sun. And that's exactly why we've stopped here. So our plan for today is to go around all the water holes, of course, naturally, it's very hot, and then begin our search for any other animals. Hopefully with spots. I've not seen a leopard since coming back. We tried very hard for Tandy and Cub this morning, but sadly, we didn't have signal, I'm afraid. But that's okay. We shall keep trying, and I will be at the hyena den as the sun begins to set. But I know you all knew that anyway. So, of course, this is live and interactive. So you must talk to us. Send in your comments, your questions, your jokes, or any facts. If you've learned some new animal facts, send them in. We want to hear them. Use the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website, register and submit your questions at the live safari page. These insects are buzzing about. And kids, if you are watching, please do talk to us. Send in your questions using the email address, kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. I very much look forward to hearing from you all today. Now, Zoe's Road is the road that we are on right now, named after a wonderful human called Zoe. And this was very much Hukumuri's road. It really was. This was his prominent. Territories are not just a territory. They're actually sort of divided up into the core area, the primary area, the secondary area, and even the tertiary area. And they defend them differently. It's not just a territory. And of course, as we know, nothing is static, which means that everything shifts and everything moves. But Zoe's road was very much a road that Hukumuri used in his core area. But now, Mulwati is using it. So that's very fascinating. We'll try and see if we can see signs of our dominant male. So as I bumble on in this bright, hot, sunny day, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
So warm welcome to all our viewers. We're currently here at andBeyond in Ngala, and we just came from a waterhole. We were going there to see if there's maybe some buffalo or elephants, maybe giraffe or zebra or wildebeest coming down to drink. Unfortunately, we didn't see anything. So our plan is to head to the more central part of the reserve and go and see if we can find the lions that we had this morning. Now, they were quite close to a waterhole. Knowing lion behavior, they could have been sleeping for the majority of the day, but you never know if something could have gone down to the water to drink and if they use that opportunity in order to hunt. I've seen lions before hunting in the middle of the day. Not necessarily that they had to move far, but because they were in the area, and of course a wildebeest moved through and decided that it might have been a nice opportunity, so the lions actually made a kill in the heat of the day. So even though lions do move mainly at night, there's always a chance, being opportunistic, that they have to use every opportunity they can get in order to hunt and get a meal. So we're going to be heading in that area. It's going to take us a while, though. It's probably going to take us at least another 10-15 minutes until we get in the area, and hopefully we'll then do a little search, and they haven't moved too far away. And that's what I'm hopeful. So we are going to carry on. As we go along, we're still looking out for some of the more common animals, like wildebeest, impala, zebra, and most importantly, so I haven't even introduced myself, so I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala, and on camera we have Impala. So I was getting so excited talking about all these animals and the animals that we are going to find that I completely forgot about the introducing us. But as we mentioned, hopefully we can get these lions this afternoon. So the vegetation's quite interesting where we're driving. You'll see there's quite a bit of trees in front of us, and then slightly off to the right, more these open grasslands. And with the lions that we are looking out for, they will probably, instead of being in an open area because of how warm it is, they'll tend to be more amongst the tree lines, so maybe in the shade. And what we could be looking out for is a twitch of the ear because of the flies, maybe the flick of a tail, maybe even one getting up and moving into some more shade. And those are and we are looking out for more of a sandy, tawny color. In the meantime, while we're carrying on to go look for those lions, let's head across to Steve for his introduction.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a very interesting sort of track on the ground. Hello, I hope you're all well. My name is Steve, joined by Morgan on camera. And, well, we came out this afternoon on drive and we found a very nice mark on the ground, which you can probably see. Very, very characteristic mark called the drag mark. And this was not called in this morning by anybody, so I've been having a little look. And inside the drag mark is tracks of a hyena over there, and there. There's no leopard track. See, hyena. Now, this kind of mark, when it runs in a straight line like that, is very characteristic of a leopard or a lion, or a leopard or a hyena dragging something quite heavy on the ground. Leopard moves like a monitor lizard, though, when they drag it, because they don't have the necessary height when they pull, so they kind of slide. So hyena can just lift their head and they can run, and they can take a carcass straight like that. So this has gone straight off-road into the bushes there, possibly all the way down and around back to the hyena den. I don't know why it wouldn't have gone straight down. Maybe it's an individual that's not dominant at the den. But I backtracked it. I can't find any leopard tracks. So maybe another impala lamb died. We were in the very same area that we had one the other day that died with dark mane that he scavenged. So maybe this hyena came along and found a small impala, although these tracks indicate to me that it was probably something a little bit bigger than a small impala. You see the hyena tracks over here and here. Fresh drag mark there and back. So no leopard tracks. I'm going to just go back this way and down towards Western Quarantine and just see if maybe there are some leopard tracks. And then we need to go over to Cheetah because we need to do some signal testing there just to make sure everything is hunky-dory. So you ready, Morgan? Morgan's ready. Let's go. Let's just go have a little look-see. I love finding drag marks. I get very excited. Tom, it is truly fascinating, and finding a drag mark is exciting, especially when you have leopard tracks. The reason why I think, it got dragged from over here, right over here it stopped, but a few people have driven around this corner. No one's really called it in, so pretty much over here something happened. Now a leopard would have gone for that tree, or the closest tree. That drag mark goes straight through two prominent marula trees and away. That's because that's what a hyena will do. A hyena grabs something and runs with it to a place where it can then go and feed, away from the competitiveness of other individuals, including members of the clan. So I'm just going to backtrack over here. I'm going to, Mike from, he's also coming. I'm just going to point out, hey Mike, the drag mark there for Mpisi, eh?
Yeah, we did follow it in the morning.
Okay.
To Hyena den.
Did it go to the den? Okay, sharp,
They
eh?
did Gujaring.
Okay, but you didn't see where it came from, just here, eh?
Yeah, from here. If
No Ingwe.
all the way to Weaver's there.
No Ingwe.
No English.
Okay.
But this morning we did find Shasha and Langa.
Okay, are they still there?
About that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks guys, eh?
How are you?
Sharp. Okay, so those guys said they did find the tracks this morning, and they followed the tracks all the way this way, that way, and eventually got to the hyena den, where he said they ate it up. Gusha means so it's not impossible for hyenas to hunt everybody. They do hunt. We just don't see them doing it very often here in Djuma. So anyway, our search for whatever it is that killed that animal is over, and we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's got some elephants.
I forgot to mention earlier that Zoe's Road is also a fantastic road for elephants. And we've just had this beautiful female walk right up to the car, have a little sniff of Davy and I. Probably didn't enjoy what we smell like. And the two youngsters followed. I really, really love it when elephants are relaxed around you and they're relaxed enough to approach you. Just check you out. What are you doing here? What do you smell like? And then continue feeding. That's when an animal is at its most relaxed. And one of the youngsters is definitely a boy. And I'm not sure about the other one. But it's just a trio. It's just the three of them. Listen to her eating the grass. Oh, Dad, what a lovely girl, I know. She's actually not the biggest cow I've seen, but she's large. She's clearly a mother, very swollen mammary glands. And she's just very, very relaxed, got two little youngsters with her, and yes, she's stunning. You can see that her right ear, is slightly torn. It's paper-thin skin at the end of the day, supported by cartilage. And as elephants get older, of course, just like most animals out here, their ears start to tear. Oh, that grass must just be delicious. Spas, you're asking what sense can an elephant recognize? Mrs. Elephant, what sense do you recognize? Sadly, Spas, I do not know the answer to that because I'm not an elephant. I would imagine that they can individually recognize elephant scents. Be it individuals or the herd, they're highly olfactory. They've got really special turbinals in their nose, and they're said to have a better sense of smell than a bloodhound. So if you have that sort of superpower in your nose, you of course are going to use it. That's going to be one of your primary senses. And therefore, I would imagine that they could recognize each other just by scent, not by vision, but through scent. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if they can recognize the scent of, this is a leopard predator, this is a lion, this is a wild dog, or if they just collectively know the sort of smell of a threat. Really not sure. But they can smell water from about 12 miles away. But the biggest threat to any individual is an individual of your own species. So I think recognizing each other and recognizing members of your herd is the most important thing. That's going to be my guess. So I think Davi and I are just going to sit here a little bit longer and enjoy this trio.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Standing in the shade of this lovely young brown ivory, a tree that we don't often find here at Pride Lands. Hi everyone, my name is Michael Anderson, behind the camera is Johan, and you joined us at Pride Lands Eco Training Conservancy, And yeah, our plan this afternoon is just to head on towards Leopard Den. We're standing on a bit of a crest right now. And actually, it's quite interesting. We stopped here just to do our audio checks. And then I looked up and I realized, oh, my goodness, this is a tree that we don't see very often. This is a brown ivory. And it has one of the tastiest fruits in the bush. Right now, this tree does not have any fruits on it. It might well... I can't actually remember if this tree is dichotomous, or I don't know what the word is, when there's male and female, but anyway, this one does not have fruits right now. But it has other uses that are really interesting. For those of you who are wondering, this tree has been used for hundreds of years by the people that live in this area traditionally for things like toothache, because the leaves have antimicrobial properties. So if you had a toothache or a bit of a sore gums or something problem in your mouth, chew these leaves, and those leaves help the wounds to clear by destroying any bacteria and microbes that are causing you to be uncomfortable. Another use of this tree, not only is the fruit and the leaves useful, but the bark is also super good. So you can see how dark brown this bark is in here. Now this bark has also been used for a long time in traditional barking. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I know I'm getting some audio, but our audio is breaking up. But anyway, it's been used traditionally in basket weaving to dye the fibers. Makes a beautiful brown dye. I wonder if that's where the name brown ivory comes from. Really, really wonderful. I wonder, so all you would do with this bark is you'd take it out and you'd soak it in water, maybe in hot boiling water, and then you could put those fibers in there, and it creates that beautiful dye. Very, very easy to distinguish this tree. It's got a nice grey bark that's quite blocky. And if you go up the stem, you can see that nice grey blocky appearance goes all the way out to the young branches. And those leaves have beautiful, very prominent veins, especially under the leaf. You can really see that those veins stick out under the leaves there. That's how you can tell this is a brown ivory. And they do get a lot larger than this. They sometimes get very, very, very huge. So anyway, we're going to be heading down to Leopard Dam now. It's a bit far, but it's a nice hot day, and I'm hoping that it's more activity around there. In the meantime, we'll send you a key who's got something cool to show you.
So we managed to find those lions from this morning. They weren't too far away from where we left them. You can see right here in the shade is actually the male lying down. We didn't have a good view of him, but now he's actually moved into a nice open patch. And you can see even on the side of his mane, like that touch of sunlight. It might not be too long. It's still nice and warm when the sun covers him, and then he'll start getting up and moving closer to the shade. There's other females off to the left of where we are now that I just also want to point out to you, and they're actually lying down with their feet up in the air. Now this time of the year, with the color of the grass, it's really hard to spot the lions, but you can see these ones here, a lot of white showing. Look at that foot and the belly. Often if lions had a really good meal, they tend to lie on the back because it's more comfortable for them. It's also quite a nice breeze blowing through here. Now, remember earlier on we said there was a waterhole in the back, or a waterhole in the area. So there is actually a waterhole in the back, and they've planted themselves a little bit further away from it, so that if something does go down, at least they have a slight vantage point. So you can see just over there in the far distance is the waterhole that we were talking about. But you can also see it's quite a nice open area. So for them, it might not be beneficial to try and hunt in the day because of how open it is, and I mean how well they'll stand out. However, when it starts cooling down and the light starts fading away, it might be a great opportunity for them to use, of course, the advantage of seeing better than most of the other animals during the evening to then make use, or then to try and hunt. But for now, they're doing what lions do most often, and that's just lying down for the time. We'll spend some time here and just see if we can get some glimpses of them getting up. say that with this pride in general, there should be, with the new additions to it, 21 lions. Because they were 18, with including the 2 dominant males, but then there were 3 young cubs born into the pride, so that made them 21. However, over the last little while, they have started splitting up. So the ones that we're seeing here, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 younger females here with the mother and 3 young cubs. So 6, and then this male here, 7 lions that we can see right here. So the rest of the pride, of course, has split up. Maybe I know the females with the youngsters are seen near the riverbed, which is quite a bit of a drive from here. And then, of course, the white lions are also part of this pride, because this is what we refer to as the Birmingham pride. And they are further west of where we are now. So basically where we see this male, probably another 5-6 kilometers behind him, is the direction of where the other lions were seen. And who knows, maybe this evening there's a good chance that they might come and join up again. So when we were driving earlier on, in order to try and find them, we were driving down to the waterhole, and all of a sudden we heard these Franklin's alarm calling. As we turned around, there were all the lions with their heads up. Actually, probably because of the Franklin alarm call, they just looked up to see what it was. Jackson, with the hottest temperature in Ngala now, today is, I mean, it's reasonably hot, but it's not the hottest I've ever experienced. And today is 31 degrees Celsius. The other days that we have experienced is probably like around 40, maybe even 42, 43 degrees Celsius, probably the warmest. I don't think I've recorded or looked at the actual temperature at that time, but I do know that some of the neighboring areas recorded that temperature, so I'm sure it's been way in the 40s degrees Celsius, what we've experienced here before. But now, because we are moving into winter times, it is cooling down quite a bit in the afternoon. So it's actually a little bit more bearable. It's only in the heat of the day, like around 12 o'clock, where it's really, really warm. But now I can actually feel we've positioned ourselves here in the shade, and there's a nice breeze blowing over. So similar to what we're looking at with these lions. In the shade, a nice little breeze. You can see the grass around them moving, and it helps to cool them down. Notice this male is getting really irritated by the flies. He's twitching his ear quite a bit. And as I said, I just hope that maybe at some point he'll lift up his head. Javan, it could be anywhere from probably 2 to 4 cubs. You do get the odd occasion where there might be more than 4, let's say 5 cubs, or you might find that the female only has 1 cub, but more likely between 2 and 4. And sometimes if you only find them later on with 1 cub, because maybe one of them has passed away. For lions, it's really hard life growing up, especially the cubs. And the majority of cubs, I almost want to say close to 70-80% of all cubs, don't make it to the age of 2 years. So for cubs, it's a really hard life. But what I've noticed from this particular pride that we're looking at now is they have been really successful in rearing their young. And unless some of them have passed away before they introduced them to the rest of the pride, they've been really successful in rearing. I think in the last 2 years, I don't think they've lost 1 cub. So it's been quite fortunate and lucky for them, especially having so many big and experienced females within the pride that looks after the pride, as well as the 2 dominant males that still keeps on protecting and fending off this area against other male lions. This one female is actually now snapping at some flies. Now the male's gone more relaxed. He's now barely twitching his ear, but the female that we saw earlier on with both her feet up in the air, she's the one that had actually twitched a bit then actually tried to bite at some flies. For now, as we enjoy these lions and waiting for them to start moving, let's head across to Mike on his bushwalk.
So, we changed our plan slightly. We were going that way to Leopard Dam, but just listen for a moment behind me to my right. Just listen. Can you hear that? Keeps calling every 15 seconds or so. That is a black-backed jackal. Now, just down there through those trees is Impala Plains. That open area, there's a drainage line just in front, and I'm wondering what is upsetting the jackals. It's the middle of the afternoon. It's far too hot for they to be having some sort of territorial dispute. So I wonder if there isn't another type of a predator just moving down here somewhere at the drainage line or at the edge of the clearing, which is upsetting the jackal. We're going to maybe just wait for a moment and just listen if it calls again. Calling pretty persistently until just now, and it seems to have stopped. I wonder if whatever it was has either moved into the drainage line or has moved a bit further away. Sam, I wouldn't say scared of other predators. Jackals are very wily. They're very, very good at avoiding other predators by being quick and cunning and very agile. But certainly, if another predator like a leopard or a lion is moving towards where their den is or their little territory, they will alarm call to warn other members of its little jackal family, usually in pairs or in small family groups, to warn other members that, hey, I've seen danger, watch out, and also to let the predator know, I've seen you, and if you try and come to me, I'm just going to run away, go into my burrow, my den, and you're not going to catch me anyway, so it's a waste of time. Most predators don't really attack jackals, to be honest, because it's not a great meal. It's quite a small animal. Think of a fox if you live in the UK, or a small coyote if you're living in the US, something like that. Or in Europe, foxes are very common. It's just like that. So it's not a lot of meat, but it's stopped calling now. So what I think we'll do is slowly make our way down towards Impala Plains and just investigate what that jackal was alarming for. If there's maybe something going on there. I mean, it's very likely that there would be a leopard moving in this drainage line in front of us because it's shaded, it's cool, there's soft sand down there. It's really the perfect place for a predator. Leopard lover, yes, they do. Jackals use aardvark burrows, so anywhere an aardvark is dug into a termite mound or just into the ground, they can use those, extend them, make them bigger. They even can dig their own if the ground is soft enough, and that's where they have their pups stashed in there. And you often find in open areas, if you know where the den is, you can see the little pups' heads just sticking up, looking around, every now and again venturing about, often in a clump of small bushes. Now we know there's a few Vachellia exuvialis growing in that clearing, so if there's a little cluster of them, we might find the den somewhere around there. It's not something we want to disturb, though, so we'd have to view it from a distance, especially on foot. Jackals are very resilient animals, but they will run from us if we come too close. But yeah, it's all quiet now. I just called for about 10 minutes, and it seemed to have stopped now, so I wonder if perhaps whatever it had seen was already moving past, and so it was just alarming whilst that predator or whatever it was moving away. and then it relaxes again. I mean, it could even be calling for a large bird of prey. That we know there's a martial eagle that flies around here that could be also causing it concern. A martial eagle could definitely catch a jackal. Anyway, whilst we go down there and investigate, we'll send you over to Tswalu.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. You find myself and BK taking a short drive. We were lucky enough to pick up on some cheetah tracks which have gone into this block here, and about halfway through the block I walked back to the vehicle and we thought, let's just drive out and have a look around the block, see if they pop out anywhere. But again, good afternoon, and my name's Josh. Behind the camera is BK. And you're with us at Tswalu Kalahari, and I think our plan this afternoon is to see if we can't find cheetah, and if not, we'll see what else there is out there. But sit back and enjoy the drive. Alison, do we have any jackals in Tswalu? We do indeed. We have the black-backed jackal, where down in Phinda, you might be lucky enough to maybe get side-striped as well as black-backed, but out here in the Kalahari, we only have our black-backed, and we actually have quite a healthy population here at Tswalu. So, always nice to see them, and quite an interesting species. Looking at the sky here, guys, it's looking like we might get lucky and get a bit of rain either this evening or closer to sunset, especially there in our western sector. It's building and getting quite dark, and it's very hot at the moment. We're in luck, folks. We have found some company. It's not the one I'm looking for, but always nice to spend a bit of time with some giraffes. PK, get in there. So there's a few others in the background, but they are quite spread out. For an animal that is capable of being up to 6 meters tall, it is amazing how easily they blend in, especially considering we don't really have big tall trees here in the Kalahari. The biggest trees you're looking at are most likely our shepherd's trees, your camel thorns, and occasionally our silver cluster leaves, which we find mostly on the dune crests. But most of the vegetation here is more around the 6 to 8 foot height, and they do stand out. I'm just going to try adjust position here a little bit, see if we can get you a better look and see what's going on there. Having fun with the Land Rover there for a second, always good. Looks like there's at least 3 or 4 individuals here. Oh, we're in luck. Here's 2 more. Nice and open, so let's see what these 2 boys have to say for themselves. So Debbie has asked, are giraffes territorial? And I can honestly say, Debbie, no, they're not. They form something called temporary associations. So you'll find males have a very complicated ritual of fighting called necking, which will generally occur between the bulls to sort out a hierarchy. And they'll generally only really fight when establishing that hierarchy or when there are females in estrus in the area and they're trying to decide who is going to be the bull to mate with her. But they have very large home ranges, especially out here in the arid areas, which can be up to a couple of 100 square kilometers,
whereas down in the low veldt or in the coastlines and that, where there's vegetation is much richer and much more plentiful, you'll find the territories or the home ranges are much smaller. So territory is obviously defended against other individuals of the species, be it male or female, where a home range is not defended. So these guys just constantly wander around. Yeah, this seems to be all males in this journey or tower. It's one of the few species with two names for their groupings. So a journey if they're on the move and a tower if they're feeding, but very obviously feeding into the wind at the moment. So we're going to see where these giraffes go and carry on our mission to try and find some cheetah to share with you this afternoon. But it sounds like Lauren has found something to rest on. Even I'm curious. So we're going to be sending you across. Enjoy.
Oh. Are we live? Sorry, I was just taking a little nap there. It's actually very comfortable. I wasn't really napping. I am investigating, everyone. Look at this disaster. Really, this is all I can describe. And we drove this road yesterday and it was not like this. Now, this is a marula. May not be a marula for much longer. I can get my arms all the way around it. You should always hug a tree. I think Steve always hugs trees. But it's been completely ring-barked all the way around. We can't show you all the way around, but it's been completely ring-barked, which means all the nutrients from the ground, the water that the roots pull up in that wonderful wood wide web that's happening under the ground and we can't see it, the water gets pulled up and it's transported all the way up between the xylem and the phloem in the cambium layer up to the leaves, because the leaves are the ones that are photosynthesizing. They are the ones that are making food using sunlight. So once they make the food using the water, using the sun, it's going to travel all the way down to feed the rest of the tree and of course feed the roots. That can't happen anymore. The elephants have completely destroyed this. You can see where they've actually used their tusk. You can see all the scrape marks, and that's why elephants' tusks do wear down. And when you look at this, I wonder if it is delicious. No, it's not. Do you want some, Dobby? No. Okay. So you can see that this is red. This is the tannins. This is the tree's sort of defense mechanism saying, something's attacking me. Oh dear, we're going to pump in the tannins. And that's what gives it the red colour. So unfortunately, that's happened. But also, we have this situation, which was growing right next to the marula. It'd be really interesting to know if under the ground, if we could dig up this area and discover, are they sharing the wood wide web? Are they sharing the roots through the fungal connections? Are they sharing food? Are they sharing water? Two different species. This is a bush willow, a russet, I think. And are they just competing? Do they compete? Or are they sharing? And of course this tree, well, this one has not survived. So the elephants have done a lot of damage here. Pushed over one tree, completely ring-barked the other. And if you were even slightly curious as to who could have done this, it's a bit of a bush mystery, then you look around and look at the evidence. And you can see this is very, very fresh. I'm not going to do a Jondre. Jondre loved to put his fingers in fresh dung, but I will not do that. Dry dung is fine. Lindy, you're asking, how do they reach so far up? It's very, very simple if you're an elephant. Not only are they tall anyway, they can stretch out their trunk, and they can also, you'll find elephants balancing on their hind legs. They're standing on two legs and they stretch up, which gives them such a height advantage, and they'll easily be able to get to the fork in that marula. So this dung is very, very fresh, and when we arrived, there was a dung beetle rolling his little ball, and he's now disappeared. So what they do is they use their chemical receptors to smell the dung. They don't want dry, old dung. They want the fresh stuff. Okay, I am going to touch it. Davi, you're going to be on the vehicle with me. It does have a little bit of a fecal element to it, but the fresh, moist stuff, that's what the dung beetles can smell. They can taste the chemicals coming off this dung, and that's how they know to land here, not through vision, not through hearing, and not the dry old dung. So they're going to come immediately to this. Why? Well, I'm going to show you, everyone. I don't have the skills of a dung beetle, but I do have some skills. I'm going to give this ball to Davi as a present. So they mix it with sand just to give it, of course, some texture. And then eventually, after packing and packing and packing, this is what the dung beetle is trying to create. Davi, this is for you. Would you like it? Yeah. Okay.
Charming.
Charming. There is a dung ball. Now smell it. Oh, he threw my ball back. But this is just such a fantastic scene. When we also first arrived, there was a butterfly. It's this yellow one here. It's going to land again, and it's landing on the dung. Now, that's fascinating because, of course, they drink. They've got a proboscis, and they drink up nectar. I don't think it's going to land right now, but it was on the moist dung, not the dry dung. And what that's telling you is that using that straw-like appendage is sucking up the moisture. You see, it's landed. You got it. And people think that butterflies are gorgeous, and they are, and they will only drink nectar. Not the case. They do land on all sorts of dung and scat. They will drink blood, and they do sort of get themselves all muddy. There's another one, Davi. Look, a spotted joker coming down to get moisture from the dung. Isn't that just incredible? You got it? Yeah. Wow, what a scene. Now, I do think that Davi and I may need to wash our hands now, but this just shows you how much damage elephants can do to the bush.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Cheetah. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Cheetah's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa, kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu, wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
These lions haven't moved too much. You can see there's more sun on that male, but barely any movement. There's some of the females that have moved off and just followed the shade and have gone and lied down again. But we're still waiting to see if this male is going to pick up his head. And we'll just patiently wait and hope that he lifts his head. Now, the other night, there was such a beautiful sighting of them. They were actually... It was only a few members of the Pride, and they made a kill on a wildebeest. And apparently after making a kill, so I wasn't here to see it, but some of the rangers told me about it, and after they made a kill, this particular male started roaring, and the rest of the Pride came running in one after another to feed. And needless to say, the wildebeest carcass didn't last too long. It was only a couple of hours, and then there was nothing left. And that's also one of the reasons why these lions have split up. You can see now, with only having a few members of the Pride, it might be because of the competition for food. Whenever they do hunt, there'll be only a little bit of food left by the end of it, and some might not even be able to get a meal, and because of that, it's more beneficial to be by themselves. Can you see this little one here that's lifting its chin? Looks like it might be the young male. So there's quite a few ways. A lot of them is, of course, vocal, so they'll call each other. You might find that the mother would have these contact calls whenever she calls the youngster, like oof, oof, a very low call. And then, of course, the males, if they establish their territory, even the females, is like quite a loud roar. And whenever they hunt, it's the use of body language. So you can actually see them changing their body behavior, and they look at one another without even having to communicate with one another. So there's various ways, that they can communicate, but a lot of it is body language, and of course, if they need to, it's vocal. You can just see this lioness with her foot up in the air. Does look very, very comfortable, I must say. Sure as they can. It depends it depends on how big the Pride is. So at a stage, this Pride was close to 34 lions, and then they broke up. And so then that's why you've probably heard some of the rangers said the Birmingham Breakaway Pride and then the Birmingham Pride. Now, they were all part of the same group. And now from here on, it's not necessarily that they've already broken up, but you can really see they are starting to split up, where the Breakaway Pride is not moving into this area anymore. And now you're finding that the younger, what we refer to as the sub-adults, so the majority of the youngsters that are between 1.5 years and 3.5, 4 years have moved into, with a couple of females have now moved off. And now you have these two younger lionesses here with an older female with her 2 cubs and the Ross male. So you can have more than one breakaway. It depends on how big the Pride is, and depends on how beneficial it is having a lot of numbers. If there's, for example, a lot of buffalo in the area, it might be more beneficial being more lions in order to pull down the buffalo. But then again, if there's not a lot of buffalo, because after the 2016 drought we had in the area, we lost quite a big number of our buffalo population, is then you'll find that the lions tend to go for other plain game, maybe some zebra or wildebeest, occasional impala, warthog, maybe waterbuck. And because of the competition amongst themselves for the food, is that you find it's more beneficial for them to move and be by themselves, especially if there's young cubs involved as well. Because let's say with this lioness, what we've noticed when she had the young cubs is when she was with the rest of the pride and they made her kill, the cubs would barely get anything. And of course she would barely be able to get anything because she's constantly having to check where the cubs were. But now, being away with some of the others, even if they do kill something, there is still some food that she can get as well as the youngsters and these other ones. So it's actually just depending on like how beneficial it is to be in big numbers. I'm hoping that this little one will start moving. You can see the male there. Either he's dreaming or he was just moving himself a bit for the flies. Because you could just see those back legs were kicking and his head was still down to the ground. I love that color of the mane. Now, so this morning we also found another male with the lioness and the small youngsters, but as we mentioned, they were in the riverbed. And if you look at this one here, you'll notice there's quite a bit of black around the fringe of the neck and then the lighter color. So this is the darker one of the two. So the brother is a bit lighter in color. Charles, with the males, they play quite an important part with the cubs, not necessarily looking after them as well as the females would in terms of moving them from one area to another, hiding them away whenever he goes out hunting. But you could find that this male will play an important part in protecting them against other male lions that tries to move into the area. So indirectly, even if he's not with the pride, he's keeping them safe. Because if he fails to do so and another male injure him or push him out of the area, or let's say two males push these two brothers away, then you might find that they can move and kill the young cubs just so that the females go into estrus again and they can mate with them. So at the end of the day, he does, even if it's not a physically direct role, indirectly he will look after them by making sure that they're safe and protect against possibly any threat from other lions trying to push into the area. But I must say they're very relaxed. I'm just listening. There's barely a bird noise around us. The only thing I can hear is the wind blowing through the leaves of some of the trees. The majority of the trees here off to where they are mupani trees, and in the far back we actually have a few of the bush willow species and African wattles. I've never seen a lion's pad worn down to the point where like they can't put any pressure on it or there's barely a pad underneath. But I have seen them cutting their pads before. So when lions tend to hunt in really rocky areas, or like for example the other male that looks like this big male that is lying down, but the younger one, he had a cut on his foot. And it might have been from when they were hunting. Maybe there was a sharp stick or maybe a sharp rock or something, and that gashed the pad. Or maybe even when they do fight over food and that paw gets in the way, there's a chance that it could get like hurt. And then it takes a while for that lion to put pressure back onto the pad until it is healed up again. But if I look at him now, I've seen him over the last few days, and I looked at that pad in particular, and he's put a lot of pressure and it's healed completely. So I'm sure as long as the lion has the ability to heal itself, then that pad will definitely heal and won't be just worn down until there's nothing left. But I mean, I'm always open for correction on that. I just never think I've ever seen a lion in the wild that has been so old that the pads are completely worn down. Unless someone's known about it or it's been recorded somewhere. I'm sure there's been cases like that reported somewhere. The flies are bugging this little one. Sometimes if they bug them for quite a while and you just see them flicking their ears like that, eventually they get so tired of it, they'll eventually get up and start moving into a bush where there's a bit more shelter from the flies. But as you can see, these lions aren't going to be doing too much. So we'll spend a little bit longer time here and just appreciate and see if they eventually do move. But for now, let's head across to Mike.
Okay, so we did go to behind anything there. We saw some impalas moving around, some warthogs. They looked relaxed. So I was speaking to Morris, our expert tracking partner, and he said it's probably just jackals just contact calling each other from a distance. Who knows? Who knows? But anyway, we moved on from there, and we've gone about 50 meters from there, and we've actually found some really cool tracks of a kudu. Now, it's not tracks that we often see because kudus like to go into the thickets. They don't often walk out into the open, like on this road, and then onto the clearing there. But if you see, there's a track over there, and there's another one over here, and there's another one there. The tracks were going in that direction. But what's really cool about kudu tracks is that they, unlike impala, which is a nice arrow like that, with a rounded heart end, like that, which shows on the outside, and the fattest part is right at the back here. With a kudu, the fattest part of the track is right here, in the middle almost. Can you see that? The widest part of the track. So it's sort of shaped like a rugby ball, which is quite unusual. And if we go to this track that's just a little bit further back over here, you'll notice that there's a bit of a heap in the middle here, but that's not always the case. Most of the weight is spread out onto the middle of the foot, whereas on an impala, most of the weight is usually spread right on the edges. Okay, and something else that's interesting about kudu, if you look at these tracks as a whole, like the whole set of tracks, what you find is that if you go from this track here, you skip this one, and you go to this track here, that there is the length of the kudu's body between its hips and its shoulders. That doesn't include the rump and the head, so it's quite a long antelope. And the reason why you can do this with a kudu is because of the way the tracks are spread. So this is called direct registering. Like this track here, you've actually got, in fact, this is the best one to look at right over here. You've got two tracks basically right on top of each other. Now that is something only animals that move in small groups or solitary, or that move through thickets together. And this is called direct registering. And the reason why they do that is so that when they walk, they can see where their front foot is stepping, but they cannot see where the back foot steps. So they need the back foot to step directly on top of the front foot's tracks. So next time you're watching a kudu walking on the road, or a nyala or a bushbuck, watch how their feet step, and you'll notice that the back foot steps exactly where the front foot steps. It's a wonderful adaptation that they have to moving silently. That's because in the thickets that they live in, it would be pointless for them to make lots of noise, because then they're going to give away their best defensive strategy, which is to be able to hide easily. Heather, that's a good question. So this road that we're on right now is actually quite a frequently used road because Impala Plains is just behind us over there. And that's quite a beautiful open area, and there's often lots of different animals there in the early mornings and in the evenings. So this road gets driven often. So the fact that there are kudu tracks on here tells me that this is fairly fresh. That kudu is probably somewhere nearby to us. It probably can see us right now. I think this probably didn't happen that long ago. It's not a very windy day, but if it was windy, this track would have also been degraded. And you can hear an impala off to our left, which is alarming. There's a whole herd of them here, and almost certainly the impalas would have walked on top of these kudu tracks. So that kudu is very close. This is fresh tracks, I would say. Fairly fresh. Just must be aware of the impalas alarming just off to our right there. Could be something happening around us. So now we heard the jackal earlier, and we've also got the impala alarming. So who knows what's happening around here? Although impalas are sometimes quite funny. They only alarm. This one only alarmed a few times, so it might even have just seen those warthogs that we disturbed as we were walking through the clearing, running off there. Who knows? But a kudu would be a cool one to see, especially on a bushwalk. Hopefully, we spot it around here somewhere. But we're going to send you over in the meantime to Steve, who's bumbling around the bushveld.
Well, good luck, Mike. I can tell you tracking a kudu is not as easy as it sounds. They are very sneaky animals. Everyone, we've been on Cheetah. Unfortunately, there's some technical issues there that we haven't been able to sort out, so we've just come back onto Djuma. And now we're going to just check out our eastern side. Let's take it easy, make another plan from here. Might just go slowly up Cheetah Katla and go see what's happening at Buffelshoek Dam, and take it from there. It's a lovely afternoon just to be out bumbling in the sunshine. It's not too hot. It was a hot last couple of days. I feel like the weather's turning again. Another cold front on the way, perhaps. Redback shrike shouting. See if you can get him, Morgan. Going to reverse back so that we have the right light. Okay, well, we're going to try to find this bird for you, but while we do so, let's send you over Lauren, who's found some cute furry animals.
We have a very entertaining group here. Hello. They're very curious of the car. This is a dwarf mongoose, of course. We had the most fantastic sighting this morning with a slender. Oh, it was probably the best sighting I've ever had with a slender. And now we're being entertained by the dwarfies. Dwarfies are really habituated, and I had a long discussion with Dylan at Tswalu about how you could probably habituate the mongoose in the same way that you do meerkats, with human presence and vehicle presence. And although we don't do that here, they react a little bit when they see the car, but then very, very shortly after they become extremely curious, and then they almost just forget that you're there and they just want to play. Hello? Why have you been so cute? Although they are cute, and sometimes the word cute is not really what you should use out here, I guess, but we forget they're really fierce predators. Sharp claws, sharp teeth. I mean, they could give you a real bite if you put your hand out, which of course you wouldn't do. But their jaw structure, the muscles around the jaws and the teeth, they're all specialized for crunching through the hardest exoskeletons of insects, like dung beetles, scorpions, centipedes. That's a lot of crunching. Davi and I think it was with you, Davi, when we found the lone mongoose that appeared to be blind from a spitting cobra. Was that us? Yes, it was. And it was a very sad sighting. We didn't realise the sort of what had happened, but I think it was from a spitting cobra, I'm afraid. It blinded this mongoose. And although without eyes it potentially could survive if it has the rest of its gang, but a lone dwarf mongoose, especially a lone mongoose that can't see, is most likely not going to survive. They're incredibly social. The social dynamics are very integral to that animal's survival. When they rely so heavily on each other. Oh! And off we go. Paula, yes, mongoose, who have completely deserted us right now. Yes, they do have an alpha pair. It's quite a strict social structure, and believe it or not, although they're closely related to hyenas, they've actually got a similar social structure to wild dogs in that they have an alpha pair, a beta pair, and they all support the sort of breeding efforts of that top pair. I think they've all disappeared. Yes, they have. Just like that, gone into the vegetation. And again, just like any species that has a sort of strict social structure, it stops chaos. It creates a situation where everyone knows their place. I mean, they're all carnivores, they're all predators at the end of the day, be it wild dogs, hyenas, mongoose, and they need one another. But if there's no hierarchy in organisms like that, or no structure, then they're all just going to compete and fight, of course, over mating rights, over food. And that's why you have these social structures, so that it can they can live with one another in harmony, should we say. Okay, it's finally starting to cool down here, which is a very good thing for us. It's getting cooler, and that means that the animals will slowly start to move. Now, I think very, very soon we'll be able to drive the Mulwati. Granny Ann, I've actually never seen... Oh, I think we did, didn't we? Yes, Davi and I just saw one. Where was it? Okrabis. We stayed at Okrabis National Park, which if you haven't heard of it, Google it. It was absolutely incredible, and we spotted a yellow mongoose. So they are present in South Africa, but I've actually never seen one here. I don't think their distribution extends into the Lowveld. I'm actually not sure. I'd have to check the distribution map, but we did see one at Okrabis. A wonderful waterfall, huge waterfall, and it's said to have a lot of diamonds at the bottom of the waterfall. Very tempted to jump in, of course. It's a beautiful part of South Africa, very close to the Namibian border, and we've got a wonderful array of wildlife there. Okay, I actually haven't driven this road in quite a while. There should be a little pan here, and it's actually quite a good pan to check to see if there's any life surrounding. Let's have a little look. See, this is what summer brings. Small little areas that would normally be completely dry in winter. Little pans, and this is why we, of course, don't see the animals around the big watering holes anymore. But this is very stagnant. You can see the algal bloom there, that green on top. It's a gorgeous colour, but I can imagine it makes the water rather unpleasant to drink. And it's stagnant because there's no inflow. Little bodies of water that don't have an inflow or don't have an outflow become completely stagnant. They get starved of oxygen, nutrients build up, and that's where you get algal blooms like this one. Lovely colour though. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling as the sun is going down and see what else we can find for you.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumble crew. Hopefully, Dan Black, Liesel Apgar, and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
We can hear elephants, but we can't see them yet. So just driving ever so slowly. This is quite a windy road, and you really don't want to fly around that corner into a herd of elephants. But they're somewhere. It's amazing for the largest animal that we get out here. It's remarkable how well they can hide in the bush. But they don't hide that well because of course you can hear them. And we go through periods of really having no elephants whatsoever on the reserve, and then all of a sudden they're everywhere. Kathy, yes, we do see elephants in winter, a lot of them, and it really depends what type of winter you're having, I guess. I have mentioned this quite a few times now, but I really do believe that this winter is not going to be harsh. It's not going to be as harsh as it has been in the past years for many different animals out here, especially your elephants. Now, they're water dependent. They need water each day for their size and also for their digestion. They're really not good at digesting the food that they eat, and therefore they won't be able to digest without lots and lots of fluids. So because they're water dependent, that's their main factor. They're not territorial. They do tend to just travel from area of good water to good water to good water and good food. So they move great distances, highly mobile animals, and we do find a lot of elephants in winter as well. But I do remember my first winter, 2018, the elephants their behaviour was very different to what it is now, and that's because water was so scarce, dams were empty, the pressure was on the small watering holes. All the animals need water, but yet they can't all arrive at the watering hole at one time. Although that would be a very good party if they did. And the vegetation, of course, they're having to rely on a harsher diet that probably isn't as high in nutritional content, such as branches and shrubbery. And it affects their behaviour. It makes them become a lot more stressed. Whereas now the elephants are very relaxed, they're happy, food is everywhere, water is everywhere. Okay, we did hear elephants. Can't see them though, but I am going to keep scratching around, and we're going to send you guys to Nikki with his lions.
So notice this little one has actually picked up his head now. It is definitely the young male. Now I wonder, because these two males with, oh, look at him. Isn't he absolutely adorable? I do enjoy it when lions move onto their back like that, especially the young cubs, because it looks very effortlessly. When they have a big meal, sometimes when they roll around, the belly almost comes through a lot later. See the female just stretching in the back, putting her foot down near the youngster. Now if you look at the young male closest to us and the one in the back, you'll see there's a difference in color. This one's slightly more of a grey-ish color in comparison to the female that's further off, that's more of an orangey color. One female is now turning onto her back again. And if we give it some time, it is starting to cool down, so hopefully pretty soon they get up. There's water not too far from here, so imagine even if they go down to the water. Yeah, and I'm sure lions have a good memory. Whenever the lions tend to move, they remember the areas pretty well. Even when a female leaves the youngsters and she goes out hunting. For us, it's so easy to get lost, especially out in the bush, because almost every single tree or part of the landscape, if you don't really have any vantage point, looks the same. And it's amazing how a lioness can go hunting and wander off quite far away from the pride or from the youngsters, and eventually come back and know exactly where she left them and when to start calling for them. So I do think they have an extraordinary memory. Maybe not, if I had to compare it against something like an elephant, maybe not an elephant's memory, but I do think that they do remember things pretty well. In the meantime, let's head across to Mike with something that he wants to show us.
Thanks, Nikki. So we were cutting across this drainage line now just to get to Marula Lane. And this is an old track that we used to use last year, before this big season of rain that we had. There was a road here. There was literally a pathway through the bush. And now it's this huge hole in the ground filled with mud. And it just reminds me the power of water, or Mother Nature in general, but water specifically must be the most powerful of all of nature's forces. Because this, what we're now, this drainage line, it comes from Leopard Dam. And the water level was probably somewhere around about my knee. That's how high the water was. So, that high off what was the ground, which was over here. It was a huge torrent of water. And this might have been, as far as I can remember, a small amount of erosion over there somewhere. But all of this is all new. And it's incredible, how quickly that must have happened in just one season. Now you can imagine here where vehicles used to drive and also where animals have now become using this as a game path. There's more that can happen here. There's more erosion. The only thing stopping it is little clumps of grass like this. So ideally what you would do is come with if you wanted to stabilize this area, if this wasn't a natural area and this was maybe, whatever, you'd come with a gabion here, it's like a wire cage filled with rocks that catches silt and sand and grass seeds and fills up this gap, and then will grow grass behind it, which would stop this erosion. So it's something we should probably look at in future. But it just surprised me so much as I walked through here. And you can see many animals have been coming here. All that area there is completely covered in tracks of animals, from giraffes to buffaloes, to get to this water here. Phoenix, certainly not. Not all animals are water dependent in the bush. We've got things like elephants that will like to drink water every single day, but they can move vast distances to get to water. Hippos, of course, are water dependent. So are impalas. But then there are others which might never drink water in their whole life. Things like Springbok, for example, that little reddish-orange antelope that usually lives in the grassy open areas, hardly ever come to drink water. They get most of the liquid that they need, the water they need, from the vegetation that they feed on. Things like leaves, seeds, grasses, whatever it is that they get, they're able to extract most of the moisture from there. Even animals like sable, for example, and roan antelope, which we don't really find here commonly, they were pushed out of these areas. They used to be very common here. Pushed out of these areas because with the introduction of water holes to parts of the Greater Kruger National Park, impala started flooding into the area and other water-dependent animals, and they pushed those ones that don't need water that much a little bit further out into the peripheries of their sort of core areas. But yeah, it's amazing how this has changed. I can't believe it. And you can see with animals trying to climb out to that side, you can see how it slowly gets worse and worse. So that's giraffe tracks over there. So when giraffes walk in here to try and feed, when they try and get out, they're very clumsy animals. And in doing so, they break the bank and they erode it even more. Could even be buffaloes. I'm certain this is a very deep puddle of mud. Falling in there would not be the best idea. Very quiet at the moment, except for in the sky. It won't be easy to see, unfortunately, but there are again hundreds and hundreds of... Oh, there's a bird of prey trying to catch... Oh, you won't be able to see it. There's a bird of prey trying to catch the swallows right now. Just up there in the sky, there's a slightly larger bird. See the swallows mobbing it over there. I wish you could... That was really exciting, sorry. I just saw all of a sudden there was lots of swallows, and then I saw this bigger bird flying right through the middle of them. And it really was trying its best. It was probably a little sparrowhawk or a shikra, something like that, trying to catch those swallows as there were hundreds of them flying in the sky above us. Sorry, I got very excited there. That happens to me sometimes, especially when it comes to birding. But I don't know what that bird was. And it's flown off now, and so have the rest of the swallows. They were mobbing that bird of prey as it was coming through this area trying to catch them. So mobbing is when smaller birds try and chase off a larger bird. Right, well, we just had a sky predator and being very active, being chased by small prey items, but Nikki's got some rather larger predators that are quite lazy.
Yeah, talking about those lazy predators, they haven't budged again. There is what looks like a Swenson spurfowl behind all these lines. Can't really see it from here. There's see the tree where they're lying down underneath now. Just at the back, there's one moving now. What will happen is if that spurfowl gets a fright and flies up, all these lines will probably pick up there to see what's the commotion about. But it all depends. Maybe this profile will just move further back. And as we mentioned, lions can be quite lazy animals, and they tend to sleep for the majority of the day. I mean, these lions here, they've probably been sleeping for the last maybe 7-8 hours. Probably just found a nice patch of shade and decided this is where they're going to be for the rest of the day. And occasionally, as the sun moves around, they'll get up, move into like a thicker patch of shade and lie down. You can actually see above this male, slightly above him, there are those Swainson spurfowl moving in the tall grass. I do think it varies depending on the pride as well as the experience within the pride. I mean, in general, there's a few of the articles that I've read where they suggest that lions have a 40% success rate. So imagine if they try 100 times, 40 times they'll be successful. Well, you might find in some areas where the pride is bigger, maybe there's more, instead of having a lot of youngsters that could possibly spoil the hunt, they have more experienced females within the pride, as well as some like bigger males that can help with the takedown. And the success rate might be slightly higher, and then you might get into an area where the pride might be, let's say, one or two very experienced females with just one or two youngsters, and they could be very successful because of the fact that they are only two lions, and therefore it's easier to sneak up. Whereas if it's a bigger pride and they start splitting up, that one of them could easily give away their position and the animals could run away. But it all depends. I mean, I would definitely say depending on the pride, the experience, the number of youngsters, because sometimes what happens is the youngsters get so excited when it comes to a hunt that they almost can't help themselves, and they break out of line in order to run down and try and take down their prey species. And sometimes, unfortunately, their whole approach is out in the open, or they start running way before they're even close enough to the prey. So definitely depending on the size of the pride and the experience. And it's hard to see, if these lions lie down like this, you can think they're quite placid animals, that they're not going to be doing too much. But it could be within the blink of an eye, and these lions can get up and start moving. And they almost go into this hunting mode. If they do this, let's say if there's a hunting opportunity, and the whole demeanor change from these what we refer to as lazy cats under the tree to suddenly these very well-oiled hunting machine. Izzy, I've seen some of the lions from around about 1.5 years to 2 years getting involved in a hunt where I've seen this behavior once or twice, where they actually move into an open area, and then the zebra would snort at these youngsters, and while they do that, the rest of the pride will move around and actually attack from the back, which I have seen. I mean, they're still pretty young. I mean, 1.5 years is 5 months more than these youngsters that we've seen now. But I would say probably where they're capable of actually being able to bring down their own prey without necessarily the need of a lot of the other pride members will probably be around the age of 2.5 years and onward. And all depends on the situation. I mean, sometimes with prides, if there's a mother with youngsters or let's say a few individuals and a few older females and a few youngsters, and something happens to the females, then the youngsters actually have to adapt, or else they'll die. And sometimes in that precious situation, they can learn at a lot younger age than normal in order to hunt, which we've seen with a leopard before. Normally leopard, like a male, would probably be pushed out at the age of 1.5 years maybe close to 2 years, but with some of the male leopards that we had in this area, when that male was only 8 months old, the mother died. And I mean, still 8 months is basically still a cub, and this leopard then started hunting vultures. And then, of course, scrubbies, and eventually started catching an impala later on as it grew. But it just shows you that they are very much capable of doing that, especially if put in this situation. Gara, the white lions are currently on Ngala, but unfortunately they're in a place, so on Ngala we don't necessarily have network coverage at all at every place, because the reserve is pretty big. It's nearly 15,000 hectares. And some of the areas have these dead spots. In other words, there's absolutely no signal in those areas. And those lions decided to move into one of those areas. And unfortunately, because of that, we won't be able to get to them. But they are further. So where we are looking at these lions now, so the sun is directly behind these lions, so basically west of where we are. So in a westerly direction from where we are now, probably anywhere from maybe 5, 6, up to 8 kilometers away from us. Also doing what these lions are doing, lying down flat under a bush. So basically I'm going to use my finger to move it across here to the screen. So see this tree here? So just on the back on this side, over the hill is where the Pride was seen. All the other members of the Pride. So these lions aren't heading anywhere soon. We're going to give it a bit more time, and just even if we have to spend the afternoon just to see if we can eventually get them when they start moving. But in the meantime, let's head across to Tswalu Kalahari with Josh.
He's dropping. Larry says that they were just
Hello. So folks, we went around the block, we went through the block, we tried everything, but the ground cover is just too thick. So for the afternoon, the score is 1 to the Cheetahs and 0 to the guides. Myself and BK got a bit of exercise, but that's about it. And we have, however, managed to find some Springbok, one who is very kindly peeing on TV. So definitely not shy. So what we've got here is 1 ram and 2 ewes, and he's definitely not too fazed by us. But just before you got to us, they were still lying down in the shade. So they've only just started moving around. It's still a bit hot, and these guys are going to stay pretty much sedentary for a while. I'm just trying to reposition here, see if we can't get that lovely ram. And those nice colors. So a mixed feeder, which is particularly important in the desert because it allows you to feed on whatever has the highest nutrient value. So good afternoon, Kim, age 7. The differences between a Springbok and an Impala. So I'll give you two. Springbok are much smaller and have a lot more white, have a very white tummy and a very white face with that distinctive black line. They also have very different horns. So both male and female Springbok have horns, where only the male Impala have horns, and his horns are much bigger than a Springbok's. Another difference is if you look at a Springbok's colors, he is three very distinct colors. He is brown, he's got black on him, and he's got white. Where an Impala is three different darknesses of brown or cream. Very alert while feeding. So, Michael, do Springboks have territories? Yes, they do, but only during the rutting season. The rest of the year, they will follow food and water. So, while they're in the ruts, you'll find that males will hold small territories and try and herd herds of ewes that come into the area and try and keep them away from the other rams. But moment that's done, they'll move out of the area and keep on. They form herds of up to 7,000 or 8,000, although the history books tell us that there were herds of hundreds of thousands, and they'll move with the seasons trying to find the best grazing and the best water. But should they come back into that area, what you'll find is the rams that once held specific territories will try and hold those territories again. So we see this particular chap in this area quite a lot. Obviously, with us being a closed system, he won't have to move too far or won't be able to move as far potentially. But I do know there is a journal which is discussed on our property quite a lot that spoke of a lager in an area close to Kuruman where a Springbok herd went past it for 3 days. So one can only imagine how large that herd would have been. So the ram is paying a lot of attention to something. I wonder what he can see that we can't. So I think we're going to bumble on and see what else we can find. But I believe Steve is sitting at a watering hole. Not a bad place to be at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. So we're going to send you across to see what he's got. Enjoy.
Well, thanks, Josh. We are indeed sitting at a watering hole. Buffelsoek watering hole, where we're just going to take it really easy. We've been trying very hard to find an animal, and it just seems as if the animals do not want to be found today. So what we're going to do, we're just going to hang out here for a few minutes, see if the animals will come to us. One of our favorite things to do. Take it easy at a watering hole. Sipo, in Djuma specifically, this is the largest. Although Djuma Dam or Vuyatela Dam is seemingly a little bit bigger at the moment. Surface area-wise, I would have to say Vuyatela Dam is slightly bigger. But then this one does have, it's hard to say, this one has historically had more water in it. It's hard to say because it also goes around the corner. Yeah, Cheetah is bigger than this, and the other dams up in Bufusuk, such as Kaimanzi and Big Dam, are both bigger.
Thanks, Rachel.
Very important areas to check. Because you've got so much water, it's actually going to be quite interesting in our winter months to see who drinks where. But once all these little pans and puddles and sleep lines dry out, these watering holes are going to be very, very productive. Right now, though, we do get some animals drinking, but there seems to be getting a lot of moisture elsewhere. Patsy, it's not that we always see dead trees near watering holes. This one is a torchwood that its roots, I think, got damaged due to the fact that this dam had water in it excessively, and I think the tree finally died. But what we do find in a lot of the dams is old trees that were probably low down in the water line when the dam was created. And some of them are leadwoods, which will be there for a very, very long time, giving quite a nice sort of aspect to the environment. This one was, I think, water on the roots, not the hardest of woods compared to leadwood, but also bearing in mind there are lots of dead trees all over the place. But I think we spend a lot of time at watering holes, so we get to see the dead trees around the watering holes because they actually make quite a nice dramatic backdrop with the sky, with the water. Very artistic. Don't you agree, Morgan? Yeah, very artistic. Something very sort of picturesque about a dead tree in the golden light near water. Better than a green tree with full of leaves. It just doesn't have the same sort of feeling. Hard to say, really.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa, day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We're getting to that beautiful time of the day where we have this golden hour, and you can see how the grass just behind this line, as well as the mane on that line, has a very golden yellowish color. But as you see, these lines haven't moved too much. So what we'll do is we'll spend the next little while here, maybe give it another 5-10 minutes, and if there's nothing, we'll carry on towards the riverbed and see if there's any other signs of possibly leopard or maybe other lions around. And then later on this evening, we can always come back and see if they're ready to move. But just the whole way they're lying down, there's very little bit of little movement here at the moment. You might hear the occasional Cape turtle dove in the background, that or the new name, the ringneck dove, calling. There's one female closer towards us, just lifted her head because of the flies. I'm hoping that she'll do that again. So this one, oh, there we go. Actually hoping that just one of them would get up. But of course, we are not here to play off the role of the environment. We're just here as spectators to see. So, I mean, this is lions typically in their natural environment, is that most of the time when we do look at them on some of the documentaries, we see them moving and we see them hunting and being very active. But actually, the majority of the time is when they're actually like this, lying down, conserving that energy, and just waiting for the light to slowly fade away before they possibly start moving. If they had a kill, I mean, there was no need for them even then to move. The water's right here, made a kill, so there's no need to go anywhere. The male eventually might have to go and patrol this territory to make sure the other males aren't pushing into his area. But otherwise, I mean, there's no need for them to be anywhere at any time. So there's no rush. For now, we are going to leave these lines and see if we can find maybe something else. But in the meantime, let's head across to Steve, who is apparently at a waterhole.
Everybody, it's an afternoon of dragonflies. You can see how many of them are floating through the air here. bit early for the sunset, but we're getting ready for one. I think we might go find ourselves a nice bit of high ground. But we're also still just sitting, hoping the animals would come. We've already had 2 vehicles arrive to see the dam as well, see if anything is going on. Golden tail woodpecker. Beautiful afternoon. It's very still, very quiet. Some old weaver nests there. Kevin, there's plenty of them around. Cheetah, and here, plenty of dragonflies. They're very good indicators of healthy water. Dragonflies lay their eggs in water. The larvae spend the first stage of their life in water, and then they hatch out as an adult. So the amphibious lifestyle goes to show that they're a very good indicator of a healthy system. Same as frogs. We've had so many frogs this year, and quite late into the year as well. No, Margie, they're not nocturnal. They're diurnal. They'll just find a spot to rest up. They don't have the longest of life cycles out of water, the adults. A few days or so. Spend more of their life in the water. They come out and they do a bit of mating, a bit of breeding, and then on they go. So in the water, they have a longer period. Each species, I think, is slightly different. Oh, Trevor, that old weaver's nest there, unfortunately, is a little bit beaten up, but generally in old nests like that old weaver's nest, you get a number of different finches that will use them. Cutthroat finch, red-headed finch, up in Botswana, the scaly feathered finch. Finches like that are birds that don't build their own nests and will use the nests that were provided before. So, yes, but that one looks a little bit past its sell-by date, as do the others around it. Those very nomadic nests, or should I say recyclable nests, will just go back into the system. Organic material recycled back into the water. Insect breeding, nutrient recycling, and the whole cycle continues. Very good. Well, let's quickly send you over to Nicky, who's found himself a jackal.
So we're having a look at this black-backed jackal, and he's not too far away from where we just left the lions. You can see with the color now of this, of the light around it, just look at how beautiful his coat is. Like if you start at the back, you'll notice there's quite a bit of black around the back towards the shoulders. If you look at the ears, on the inside there's a little patch of white, and then this golden brown and the reddish brown color around the sides. Now this jackal moved into this open area. Now it could be because of the lions being around, hoping that there would be some scraps. Last night they made a kill on, I think it might have been a wildebeest, and I'm sure this jackal, after the lions moved away, the hyenas and the jackal would have come and finished it up. But you never know if he's sticking quite close, waiting for these lions probably later on to see if there's anything. Also in an open area like this, he might also be looking out for any rodents that might be running across to their burrow to settle in for the evening. Maybe some of the rodents that come out during the evening. But the jackal has such a wide variety of diet. Anything from small mammals to insects to berries. Something just caught his attention. See how he's pricked up his head and fanning his ears forward. Also, like those lions earlier on, the flies are bothering him a lot too. But even look at his throat. You see that dapple of white that runs from the throat all the way down to the bottom of the chin and then across through the nose. Oliver, the best way to show you that is actually to show you a picture of the different jackal. Now, I mean, the most common one we get here is, of course, the black-backed jackal. But I'd like to show you, I'll use one of my field guides here to try and see if I can get to the jackal. I'll just ask for, once I've found it here, my field guide, is then to come across to me. Alright, so I'm going to ask him just to come closer here. We'll zoom out. I'll try and see if I can use my pen just in order to point out some of the features. But if you look at this jackal right here, so this is the black-backed jackal up here at the top. So you notice the very distinctive black, almost like a saddleback. And then here you'll notice a bit of black around the edge of the tail and a lot of more of a lighter color brown here. Whereas in comparison to the side-striped jackal, you'll see that the overall color doesn't have that very dark distinguished back. It's slightly taller than the black-backed jackal and often distinguished stripe that runs along here. This picture doesn't really show it that well. If you look at something else that might be in the jackal or fox family, would be something like a Cape fox or bat-eared fox, but you can clearly see the difference here. A lot smaller in comparison to the black-backed jackal. Also more of a reddish appearance around the face, a bit of grey here around the side of the body, and even like a lighter white yellow here. Whereas with the bat-eared fox, unmistakably the big ears, and they mainly eat like termites. So those are just a few of the differences. I mean, then the other one that could be in the same family is the African wild dog, but of course wild dogs are like just their overall features. There's quite a big difference between them and the jackal. Those are the major species that we'll find in this area, and that's just the black-backed jackal that we do find here. But on that note, the jackal has just put down his head. I don't think it's going to be doing anything soon. It's just listening out here. Maybe, as we said, could be for the lions, could be because of its listening out for any potential rodent or anything that come past here. But for now, let's carry on with our drive and see if there's any leopard or what other interesting animals we can find on our way. I must say this jackal's quite relaxed. He's just off to our right and he hasn't really moved. Let's see if we can maybe get another glimpse of him, just to look at his coat in this light. So I'm going to stop like this, and I'm actually going to lean my head this way because he's slightly off to my right. You can see he's not even worried about us, not even looking in our direction. There's actually another one that's coming into the scene. don't know if anyone ever heard a jackal call, but sometimes in the late afternoon, early evenings, you might hear the distant call of a jackal, and they have this really loud, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, I can't try and make the call now with them being here, because I don't really want to disturb them. But also the way they move through the grass, you can see they have a very trot-like movement. So the one might come closer. But how beautiful are those colors on him now. Going on with jackal, especially the black-backed jackal, sometimes they are found in pairs. So you would find a male and a female that are together, and if you're lucky, you find the pups around. And they can stick around for quite a while before they eventually leave. However, with them, you don't really find them by themselves. And if they are by themselves, eventually they'll head back towards either Denny or towards, maybe there could be another jackal in that particular area. Unless, of course, also it's a young male that's been pushed out and eventually will go and look for another female. But those are just, for them, most of the time when you do find them, you find them in pairs. So with that one moving off, this one's also starting to trot off in that direction. Now the sunset behind us is absolutely beautiful. So what I'm going to try and do is I just want to position the vehicle a little bit so you can see and enjoy this African sunset with us. So hopefully we still get a little bit of the sun. So I'm going to try and do this as quick as possible. So hold on as I just turn back. There we go. I'm sure we'll be able to catch that on the camera. How incredible is that? Even looking at the sun, you'll notice the bright white in the middle and then that tinge of yellow and then, of course, the orange around it. It's just such a beautiful sunset. And it won't be too long, just based on the height there of the sun above the horizon. It's probably going to take another 15 minutes. But for now, let's just maybe sit here for the next little while in silence and just enjoy this beautiful sunset. Ngala, I agree with you. It is an absolutely amazing sunset. And as you mentioned, in a couple of minutes from now, that sun is basically going to disappear over the horizon. So let's just sit here and just enjoy this. Walter, so Ngala is basically situated between the Greater Kruger National Park and the Timbavati Game Reserve. So in other words, if I had to put a town nearby, it would be almost in line with Hoedspruit or south of Palabora is probably the best way to explain, or even Camp in the Kruger National Park is going to be the closest to us. It's actually on our eastern border, is that side of the Kruger National Park. And for those who know the Kruger National Park very well, if you would take the whole Kruger National Park, and I think it's 360 kilometers long, so halfway up the Kruger National Park, on the far western side of it, is where Ngala is situated. It's incredible how quickly that sun actually moves, because earlier on it was a lot higher than it is now, and it's almost like every time you look at it and you close your eyes and open it again, it's a lot closer to the horizon. Shame I've actually got in quite a difficult position here in order to get the sunset. Next time I'll work on positioning my vehicle, but in the meantime, let's just enjoy this. So let's see how long it takes the sun, because it now touched the horizon there before it eventually disappears. I'll try and see if I can time it. At age 7, that's a really good question. So a lot of the colors could be from the dust in the air. You often see with dust, it could cause those colors, especially that reddish color. Sometimes if there's clouds, you might find that could have an effect, depending on, of course, where the cloud's situated with the sun. But that red we're looking at, I would say most likely just a lot of dust particles in the air. And so as the sun sets in the African bush, so a new chapter starts with some of the animals that tend to move out before the sun rises again.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Cheetah. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Cheetah's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I think we have the same troop from this morning. Very relaxed baboons. Just chilling. The sun is going down, of course. Well, it has been going down for quite some time, but you know what I mean. We're coming up to sunset time, and that means for the baboons that it's time to gather together, end the day, and get up some trees. They spend their night in trees for safety. And I mean, if you're a baboon, which you're not, I don't think baboons watch WildEarth, but I could be wrong. You have a really basic routine. I mean, you wake up, come down from the tree, of course, and that first sort of few hours in the morning is really, really important social activities, such as grooming, playing, fighting, even mating, actually. That all takes place first thing in the morning, and then, of course, it's time to search for food. A little starling here. They are known to take a little midday siesta. Don't we all love one of those? Especially in summer, especially when it's extremely hot. And then, of course, your afternoon goes on. But baboons do see in colour. They're strictly dire no. Yes, Hannah, they are all grooming each other. It's very lovely to see. And it's very important for them. It strengthens their sort of cohesive bonds when they groom one another. And, of course, it's ideal when you have another individual helping you reach those tricky places. I can just see one about to walk by now, Dolly. That's how long the grass is. They are. we're very close to the dam camp. We're on our way to the hyena den. I think they're going to roost somewhere around here tonight, possibly on quarantine. Okay, so we are on our way to the hyena den. Hopefully it's active, but for now we're going to send you down to Josh in Tswalu.
So folks, it seems the long weekend fever has come to Tswalu. Everybody's hiding. Kind of like they've taken the weekend off. They're not interested in showing their face for camera. So we're in the southeast at one of our waterholes here in the mountains. And even the birds are quiet. It's an incredibly peaceful moment. It's a nice way to just slow the day down. But I do find it funny that absolutely everything is hiding this afternoon. We thought maybe we get lucky with some mountain zebra and that in this area, but even they are strangely not here. It's a very pretty view, it's a very calming view, but it's not a very busy view. PK and I are kind of sitting here going, our thoughts are echoing. Now, it's when we sit at waterholes like this that you think, all we need is just one hippo or maybe a croc. But unfortunately, we just don't have any. And it is definitely a species you miss. But it is just the way it is here in the Kalahari. A very nice breeze blowing, and it's just peaceful. So, Alison, yes, we could get hippo and croc in Tswalu. We could have them brought in. But a huge part of what Tswalu is about is keeping species that would have naturally occurred here before man turned it into a farming area. So, as much as I miss seeing crocs and hippos, they wouldn't have naturally occurred in this area. There's just not enough permanent water. Your closest decent permanent water, I would say, is the Orange River at Uppington, and you will get croc and hippo there, I would suppose. But in this region, unfortunately, they just wouldn't have had enough A, grazing for the hippo, and B, just enough permanent water. I mean, come the winter months, this pan will be 1/4 of its size and maybe calf deep. Definitely not enough for a large mammal like a hippo. Mountains. Very pretty mountains this afternoon, sir. I think sometimes we get caught up in chasing the big game and that. Sometimes forget to slow down. But when you see views like that, it kind of brings everything into perspective. I definitely like my office, that's for sure. Seamac, the most uncommon species found on Tswalu. You're probably looking at, of the nocturnal game, you're looking at your aardvark and your pangolin in very healthy populations. In terms of antelope, you're looking at sable. Bird-wise, you could say Stark's lark. Bradfield swifts pop in and out. Your black-footed cat would be one for sure. And these are just odd examples. I do know that at some point a yellow-morphed crimson-breasted shrike was recorded here, and that would definitely get the twitching community going a bit crazy. I personally have never seen one, but would absolutely love to. So those are just small examples. We have very healthy populations of both pangolin and aardvark, which makes our winter game viewing in particular very spectacular as they become active during the day. Zazu. The tree directly in line with us. So the big one to the left. And here's an example, C-Mac, of a flying banana beak. Not one of our rare species, but one that I think everybody loves, has a bit of time for, is deer Zazu. And this pair is definitely not too phased by us. These birds never cease to entertain me, although he's just sitting preening his feathers. Sorry, FC, we did not get that question. Apologies, folks. We did hear there was a question, but we couldn't hear what it was. Very peaceful at the moment. Do think we're going to leave the area soon, folks, and see what else we can find. Although it is nice to just sit here at the waterhole and take it all in. I think we would like to see if there's one or two more things we can share with you before we run out of light this evening.
Welcome back, everyone. We just enjoyed a nice little quiet time with the sun. The sunset on this Easter Friday. Those of you who are probably on Saturday already, happy Easter weekend, happy Easter Friday. Lots of chocolate being eaten today. What is it with chocolate on Easter? I don't eat a lot of chocolate. Cats have dark, lovely dark chocolate, I might. delve into this evening. It's been sitting in my fridge for some time. Morgan, do you like dark chocolate? Yes. No, that wasn't a very exciting yes. I like chocolate, Steve. You're going to be a bit more enthusiastic than that to get some of my chocolate. No, Sharon, I don't know if they've ever been recorded on Djuma, brown hyena. They definitely used to occur in the Kruger. There's records, people talk about it. There's always been this like sort of competition. If someone can get a brown hyena on camera, there's something that they'll win. But there's lots of spotted hyenas in the Kruger, and so they outcompete the browns. As with all the other rare and endangered antelope that we have today in the Kruger, all of that's to do with the manipulation of the environment, the position of water and the changing of habitats, and that introduced apex predators in areas that they didn't actually occur all year round. And so that affected animals just like the brown hyena, as well as the roan, the sable, the tsessabi, the eland. There's definitely historical records of them. I've seen a couple browns in Botswana. In Botswana. Sorry, my radio always goes off when you don't need it. I haven't heard a peep out of it for a while, and now there's a lot of conversation. Off. Thank you. Okay, so it's starting to get quite dark. It's getting to that time when we'd hope to see an animal. We haven't seen a thing on Djuma today. Not a thing. Seen quite a few birds, but very hard to get them if we're not live. And now that we're live, the birds are gone. It's all right. You get those days. Very quiet afternoon often turns into an action-packed evening. Well, Jackson, many of the birds that arrive here, that migrate here, they don't breed. They don't have a call while they're here. But back home, wherever they breed, they definitely have calls. So I'm trying to think if there's a bird that doesn't have a distinct call. It's their primary, one of their primary sources of communication, calling, display. I can't think of one. No, can't think of one. Thankfully, many of them have got very distinct calls, which makes it easy. Here we've got a red-backed shrike on the end of this branch. It's a male. Oh! Well, he's just on the branch over there now. Oh, he's gone. So make a sort of a clicking alarm sound. They should be going back soon. Scandinavia, Eastern Europe, the red-backed shrikes. They've been here for the summer. Okay, well, Nicky's not having the same difficulty we have finding animals this afternoon. He seems to have found some more lions.
So we've been very lucky that one of the other rangers actually spotted 3 lions just east of a waterhole, not too far from where we were, so we decided just to come and have a look. Now you'll see this one that we have the camera on is a young male. Just around his ears you can see the mane developing quite well, like towards the chin and underneath towards, like you'll see his forelegs. And it doesn't look like he's too old. Just based on that, I think maybe 3.5, probably closer to 4 years. And then there's a young lioness just left of him, probably around the same age, right in front of us. How's that for yawn? Often if lions yawn like that, it's a good sign, then they might get up and start moving. Just as I said it. Now let's see. She might just maneuver herself around to listen to anything on that side. Often what they do is, like the hyenas we saw this morning, they tend to move themselves into an open area and they'll listen out. Here, if there's any zebras in the distance, maybe wildebeest, there's often near these waterholes you might find waterbuck, herds of impala. There's not a lot of lions around, so they might even try something like an impala. More often it would be something like a wildebeest or zebra, maybe even a young buffalo. But just with their inexperience, judging by their age, chances are likely that it could not be a buffalo unless it's a small buffalo that's separated from the rest of the herd. So some of our rangers that have done the WildEarth, this is these individuals have actually been seen on a waterbuck hill, but I don't know if everyone, remember seeing that, those drives. But just to get back to the question about, very interesting question about, do the young cubs need to sleep as much as the adults? And I would say, it depends on how full they are, because sometimes you find cubs and they just don't want to sleep. The only thing they want to do is play with each other, and because they have a full belly, and then afterwards they go and lie down. Whereas the mothers, because they need to conserve their energy, tend to sleep a lot longer than the young cubs. Because whenever they do move, they need to go and hunt. And of course, these youngsters don't really need to worry about it, because they know mom's going to either provide food or come back and they'll have a drink. So whenever they're with mom, they won't tend to sleep long. But when mom leaves them for maybe like a day or two, then you'll find that they'll sleep for quite a while, conserving their energy. Peggy, the territories don't change too regularly. That all depends on the movement, most likely, of males or pride members into an area. So to give you an idea, these youngsters here are probably going to be nomadic, because that male is not really dominant, and he won't be able to challenge the two dominant males of Ngala that's often seen in this area, those two Ross males. So what these ones will do is, they won't roar, they won't scent mark, they'll just move through the area, hunt, kill whatever they need to do, and then from there on they'll move out until eventually they're strong enough to take over their own territory. Now, territory is mainly for mating purposes or breeding rights within an area, and often with especially these lions that we're looking at now, because they're so young, is they can't really challenge the pride like the Birmingham pride, because there's 3 of them here with a young, including this young male, whereas with that pride they could at any point in time encounter more than 10 lions. And you can just imagine the battle. When they do see them, they'll probably just run off, unless this male eventually gets to a stage where he's like 6.5, maybe 7 years old, and his mane is fully developed, and those 2 dominant males are no longer there, and it's maybe 1 dominant male. Then he has a chance of possibly taking over that pride. But in the meantime, he might also be, like, let's say, with these 2 here, might start his own pride. And who knows, maybe eventually either be pushed out of it or defend it. So it's going to be interesting to see the dynamics, but it all depends on, of course, the males that move. And the territories will mainly change once other members of a pride moves in and either take over that territory through a dispute, or a male or two comes in and actually kill the male lions and then take over the territory. But basically what these are doing, look at him turning now. You can see he has a big neck. Still a lot of mane that needs to grow, but he is a big lion. And just giving him another 2-3 years, and I'm sure he's going to be a very impressive male. Also their condition, I mean, for these young lions together, they're in a pretty good condition. There's one lioness that just picked up her head just to look off to the drainage line or this eroded area that's not too far from us. But there's nothing there, so she just lowered her head again. Those two are very vigilant. They've just picked up their heads and they're just listening out. And I think it's such a special tool to use in the bushes, sometimes just to drive to a spot and switch off the vehicle and listen. And let's do that. Let's now for the next minute just sit here and listen to what they're listening at. Sharon, mainly predators, especially like lions, tend to be more nocturnal, so mainly they'll move at night. When they move at night, the element of surprise is a lot better. Sometimes they do see better than their prey species as well. And it's a lot cooler for them to move. I mean, imagine for lions moving in the heat of the day. Of course, the animals are going to spot them a lot easier, and they're going to waste a lot of energy. So being able to move at night allows them, so at night sometimes because the air is a lot thinner, the sound might travel a lot further. You can find they see better, use all their available camouflage and cover that they possibly can. And of course, just like with a leopard, the same thing is they tend to be more concealed, especially at night. But in saying that, though, is they can move in the day. I mean, on cool or overcast days, lions tend to move a lot as well as leopard. So it really, their movement, I would say, is very much based on how cool the day is, as well as how hungry they are. Even if it's in the evening and they're full, they won't move. But if they're really hungry, they'll tend to even move in the day in order to look for food. So we're going to move from what we're looking at now to our infrared. So we're going to do that in 5. There we go. See him pause a little bit quicker on the draw than I am. So the reason why we're moving into this is because we don't really use a light at the moment. And even if we do use a light, you don't really see a lot of the colors very well. So this is going to be our best way of looking at these lines and being able to follow them. One lioness got up now and she's on her way towards where that male is. So we'll just keep our eyes on him and see how she comes and joins up. Let's just see, the other one is round about her size, so it might be her sister. She might just go to her, rub her face against hers and either lie down next to them, or they can even start moving on. How incredible is that? So you know what we're going to do? As soon as they start moving, we're going to try and follow them and see where are they heading off to. There's quite a few open areas in front of us here that sometimes there's wildebeest and the zebra. And hopefully we can go into those areas and, yeah, just follow them for the next little while. It's just absolutely incredible to be able to follow lions at night. And I don't know, there's always something so special about it. Now, as I mentioned, there are quite a few open areas here where we could be looking out for, or they could be looking out for something to hunt. So let's just spend our time and follow them. I'm going to move to here. I don't want to get too close so that I influence their behavior, but I'm going to stop right here so we can look at them. And then as they go, we can just try and get closer. It's interesting how the young male is actually leading this, and he's right in front there with the other lioness. And the thing is about cats moving in general is you never know what you can find. You might find that they could just be moving and eventually go sit on for there, or if this is an opportunity to hunt, it is worth it for us to stick with them for the next little while. So let's do that. Just going to try and move forward so we don't lose these lines as they are moving on. I also just want to keep the other rangers updated of where these lines are going so that they also know. Station's just an update that these animals are now mobile in a easterly direction along Pio. I'm still live. I'll give an update soon. Copy, make it.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. We didn't get to do a silent moment for you around sunset, so we might do one now and just listen to the frogs. Yo. So folks, it's been a quiet afternoon but an amazing one in the Kalahari, and we thought we'd stop on a dune top and just share that stunning Kalahari sunset. So she's still about 2 fingers above the horizon, but it's setting at speed. And going into this long festive weekend, we hope you will all travel safely and enjoy yourselves. But just remember, the Kalahari is waiting. And with colors like that,
It's not a bad place to be. You know it's a win when your cameraman is taking a photo on his phone because it is that spectacular. There's the compliment right there to Mother Nature. Cameraman's also taking a picture, folks. I think we're going to get some stunning colors on the clouds this evening. There's definitely going to be some painting going on in the sky. And it is incredibly peaceful. I think sit back, stop for a little while, and just enjoy. BK will pan a little bit to the right. You'll see we've got some rain in the west there with our sunset. Gabby, I think you have hit it on the head. Tswalu sunsets never disappoint. I cannot argue with you there. And they are truly stunning. A little bit of rain in the green Kalahari, always needed. So we're grateful for that. And by the looks of it, our sun is going below the horizon. So we'll pan across to that and enjoy those last few moments before the change of the guard. And there she goes. The colors will get better and better. One of the things that always humbles me with Tswalu is its size, and the vastness of space here is something hard to describe. So when you're sitting on a dune top here close to the mountains looking west, it looks flat, and from horizon to horizon is within the reserve. But the painting that goes on in the skies here just makes it look that much bigger. And there's no real way to capture it. We try our best as photographers and guides to either preserve the moments in an image or you try and explain it, but there really are just no words to do it justice. A very red sunset. A very, very red sunset. And as we all know, as the sun sets, some animals will call it a day, and others will begin theirs. The night shift starts soon. Always love watching that last edge of the sun as it goes below the horizon. It is indeed very beautiful, and I think those clouds are going to become even more stunning as the sun sets and they get that last bit of reflected light. I do think they're going to change color even more. Look at those colors on the horizon, folks. How do you ever capture that? It would be almost impossible. Sitting watching the sunset And this little rain cloud on our right, I just had a little bit of a lightning bolt. So such a contrast between that clear sky. Apologies about that. But that clear sky, those colors there where the sun has set, and then you have this purple rain almost falling to our northwest, and there's a random lightning bolt. It's like, not exactly what you expect, that's for sure. But it definitely looks like a very localized rain there. Somebody's getting wet, and the rest are all sitting going, where's ours? BK particularly loves dancing in the rain. And there we start to see those clouds changing color and becoming a bit darker. So I don't know about you folks, but I think we're going to... there's a bit of thunder. I do hope you could hear that. But I think what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to jump on and we're going to drive off to that sunset and see what else we can find. The directors say you couldn't hear it. A pity. But there was a little bit of thunder there. Just kind of added a little bit more to that ambience. Just adds that last finishing touch to perfection. We're just going to stop and listen, folks. There are jackals crying there. Just want to try and see if we can't let you hear it. They've stopped calling. So the question was, in winter, would the sun set much earlier here at Tswalu? And the question came from Randy, so good evening. Yes, it will set up to an hour earlier than now. You're looking at a sunset closer to 5:30 to 5:45. And at the moment, we're obviously setting now at about 6:25, 6:27. So in winter it is much earlier sunset and a much later sunrise. And it is very cold. It looks all green and sunny now. Winter in Tswalu can be chilly to say the least. But I think we're going to jump on and we're going to go and chase that sunset and see what else we can find. All right. Shall we go for a ride? Maybe we'll head towards that rain cloud. BK really likes playing in the rain. There's a little bit more rain here to our northern side. And quite a stunning cloud formation, actually. It definitely looks like different parts of the reserve are going to be getting a bit of rain this evening. Just can't get over those cloud formations. So folks, we're going to go off into the sunset like they do in fairy tales and see what we can find. But I believe Steve is on a bumble and wants to say hello. Let's go and see what he's got for you. Enjoy.
Thanks, Josh. Well, you will not believe it, everybody. We have finally found an animal on the right-hand side over here. I wonder if anybody can guess. It's gone. That's gone. There was an impala there a moment ago. I promise everybody, we're not joking. There was definitely an impala. We have had, that is the first animal we've seen all afternoon. So, I don't actually know what's going on with the animals today. They are hiding from us. Just see the impala now in the distance there, but it's just not feasible with the IR light. Now this area here, Philemon's cut line, is often a very good sort of area to have a few impalas at least. It is not really what we're looking for, but it is what we're probably going to bump into at some point, as I can see some more up ahead. So finally we can actually talk about an animal today. Because what we started discussing a moment ago is what is for dinner. Now, I can't see a thing. I'm just going to try to sidle up nice and quietly over the bump. Try not to scare the impalas with our silent movement. I think we have. There we go. There's impala. 2 of them. We've just doubled our ante. Hello, fella. They do look a little bit weird with the IR light and the eyes. Gail, they are very similar. Springbok are a gazelle, in fact, and in gazelle are part of a type of antelope, and impala and springbok tracks are quite similar. There's a size difference, and I couldn't tell you too much. I haven't really ever spent much time tracking springbok. No doubt Tswalu would have some good explanations on the springbok track, but I do believe they're a little bit smaller than an impala. But antelope tracks, it gets quite tricky. There's some very, very interesting sort of dynamics on the size and the way that they walk. Oh, he's ruminating, everybody. Can you see how he's just vomited into his mouth? Is he chewing the cud? Now, impalas walk on the edge of their feet. They're called rim walkers, so that leaves a lot of negative space in the middle of the track. A lot of other antelope have actually a lot of that space covered on the ground, so it's actually marked in the track. There's impala actually walk on edges, almost like horseshoes, leave a sort of distinctive shape. It's almost what impala tracks do. I wonder if this impala is going to be getting some chocolate for Easter. Morgan, I don't think so. No, probably not going to get me. Itchy head. Now, even talking about animals, everybody, we haven't even seen a scrub hare. Now, something's going on. Something's really, or maybe all the bunnies are out for Easter. We haven't seen a scrub hare, which is quite strange, because sometimes we can't get past them. There's so many. Is what it is. We saw a vehicle earlier on Cheetah when we were doing our thing, and we asked them how the drive was, and they said, no, it's pretty quiet. And then one of the girls at the back said, no, Dad, we've seen a leopard and wild dogs. That's when you know you're in the Sabi sands, and seeing leopard and wild dog. It's a quiet drive. Oh, hello. These two are checking each other out. You probably heard him coming. It's very dark, everybody. Obviously, we're using the infrared light to see. These two fellas are sizing each other up. The one on the left is most definitely the bigger of the two, and he's going, this is my spot. Wayne, I don't know. That's such an anthropomorphic question. You know, who appreciates what, you know? Animals appreciate survival, they appreciate flavors, do they appreciate life as an animal? It's really hard to put these characteristics in an animal what it is that they do, they pick an area for resource. They pick it for the ability and the abundance of that resource. And whether they pick it for a scenic sort of event, it's doubtful because, there has to be some practical elements to it. For example, leopards pick territories based on the amount of animals available for them to eat. Whether there's a nice view or not, I suppose, is just a bonus. But it's very hard to put that sort of characteristic forward with animals. Obviously, we have some animals that have very, very beautiful vistas where they are. We often have animals with us having a beautiful sunset. We're watching the most amazing sunset and animals are fast asleep. So to try and anthropomorphize things like that is tricky. Because I think everybody wants every animal to have the same feelings and to feel the same sort of way. And, we often find animals when their babies get killed and there's huge clashes, and we often think to ourselves how sad. And it's hard to imagine really what the animals are going through, but their daily existence is one of survival. Do they have time to think about tomorrow? I don't think they do. They're basically busy chewing the cud right here in this spot. And if they survive the night, to them, that's a bonus. So I think we can learn a lot from animals in that living in the present moment, living in the moment, whether they admire the beauty around them or not, I don't think is that important, but they are in the moment, right here, right now. And I think that's an important lesson we can learn from animals. It doesn't mean we shouldn't enjoy beautiful scenes and beautiful views. I know we certainly do. Very good. Well, Nicky's definitely having all of the luck this afternoon. Let's go see what he's found.
Now, thanks, Steve. That's such a nice compliment, but we're not having all the luck. We're actually waiting for the lions, which we lost, and in the meantime, there was a scrub hare that appeared on the screen. But so we're sitting here, and we are waiting. Now, this is the these are the open areas we were talking about earlier on with the lions, and hoping that they are moving into this area. But you can see there's some eyes right in the middle of the screen. That's from a scrub hare that's moving around. Now, we're hoping that the lions actually appear in the back here. Now, we haven't had any luck yet. Now, it might be that they've cut on a game trail and headed to a completely different area to where we are now, which we'll shortly go and investigate. But in the meantime, we're just sitting here and looking in the back to see if there's any eyes that comes through. Now, this is far. These open clearings are quite vast, and we might not be able to see all the way to the back, but we're hoping that when they do move in, we'll be able to pick up some signs of them. If we don't, let's say if we sit here for the next 2 or 3 minutes and we don't see anything else, we might just change our plan and head down to another area where we think they might come down on a game trail, down towards the river, from where they could possibly cross the river. But notice the scrub hare, often in the evening is when they come out and they feed off probably some shrubs, or it could be a bit of grass there. You can see with an area like this, often the grass is really short. And it's really hard for something to sneak up on this hare because he's in the open. Actually a very smart hare. I'm also trying to listen to the road directly behind me, that these lions don't actually move down the road, and I'm so focused on staring into the clearing that I don't see them. I can't see anything at the moment. You know what we'll do is let's move on to this other road that I said we'll have a look to see if they didn't come out there. While we go out, just keep a good lookout. I don't see any eyes, I don't see any movement. Maybe they have just headed more in the southerly direction, and that's where we're going to go look for them. Listen, to be honest with you, if you had to ask me what's the more common animals to track, so let's say something like a hyena, leopard or lion, I would probably say hyenas are quite difficult to track because of the way they move. Like, they don't just keep in a straight line. They'll move here, then sniff, and then move there. And the same with a leopard, as often they'll be moving, let's say on a road, because it's a lot easier to walk on the road or maybe on the game trail as in comparison to walking in denser areas. But then once they see an impala, is they completely move off that trail that you're following in order to sneak up to them. If they're successful, of course, they might move away, drag it into a tree, and the tracking becomes not easy, but fairly easier. But the hyena is definitely one of the most challenging ones because of the way that they move in a zigzag pattern. But I would say another hard animal to track is, I mean, if you had to track something like a caracal or a civet or a serval, it's not an easy track, especially in this area. But from the more common animals that we see more often, probably hyena and leopard would be the more difficult ones. Lions tend to, especially with the big pride of lions, they make it fairly easier than in comparison to a leopard or hyena, because if they move on the road, often there's a lot of tracks, and if they move off, you can see where the grass has been flattened. From there, they move towards a game trail. If there's cubs around, they won't move for too long. Whereas with a leopard, or especially hyenas can move for quite some time during the evening and early parts of the mornings and late afternoons. So we moving on. As I mentioned, there's another road that's directly south of us, and that's where we're going to be heading off to see if we can get another glimpse of these lions, possibly coming down on that road and heading up in this direction.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the wire snares that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa, kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana, inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu, wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Welcome back to our Impala, everybody. You are just enjoying themselves here on the open bit of grassland, which is part of their sort of preferred habitat. When it talks about scenery, but it's all about practicality and habitat, that which animals prefer. So that's where they breed, that's where they feed, that's where they sleep, that's when they spend their time. You might see some lights approaching on the other side. So the impalas go through bouts of feeding, filling their belly, before then standing out in the open like this, ruminating, chewing the cud. The purpose of that is to break down and increase the surface area of each particle that's gone in. Like coffee grounds. The finer your coffee is ground, the more surface area it has for the water to remove the coffee flavor into the liquid. It's the same for rumination. Animals masticate and chop up the vegetative particles, which then get covered in saliva. The saliva is loaded with microorganisms, which then help break down that food in the belly. Very good adaptation that ruminants have. Allows them to maximize the benefit that they get out of the food that they eat. Although in the dry season, it is not a massive benefit for them because there's only so much quality in the food that they eat. And so the food takes twice as long to be processed, whereas in your hindgut fermenters, such as zebra, elephant, rhino and the like, their food goes in and it turns around quite quickly. So they can feed on twice as much food. Problem is they have to keep on eating. Corey, you think they're active, but I mean right now he's actually sleeping on his feet. We'll find as we go up to quarantine, we'll probably find quite a lot of our impalas sitting up there, lying up. In the heat of the day, impalas are actually very inactive. And this standing still in one position, ruminating, is actually a restful pose. The next step is just to tuck his legs underneath and to go down onto the ground. He's basically, from a mental capacity, meditating. There is no brain power happening right now. Everything that's happening is very automatic. Obviously, his legs are not being rested, but the body is very alert to any signals, any warning signs, anything like that. But he's basically resting the mind, and when they sit down and ruminate, they are then resting the body as well. So that's why these animals don't actually sleep. They're constantly alert. It's an adaptation designed to survive in an area where predators are always on the move. And for example, the saying, sleep with one eye open, is essentially what ruminants are doing all the time. They're pretty much resting and sleeping, but they're not fully asleep. Not like you or I, who is constantly, when we go for our nap, we are out cold. You'll never find these animals like that. They're always at a semblance of alertness. But the mind needs to power down from time to time so as not to overwork. So the process of rumination is completely automatic. You see he's chewing, chewing, and chewing. A whole bolus of, there we go, watch the throat. Up comes a new ball, oopsie, in his mouth again. So all the large particles that are on top of the rumen get pulled up into a mouthful, which he then chews, and as it goes back in again, the finer particles don't float, they actually fall to the bottom of that chamber, and they then get processed through into the next chamber and go through all of the digestive processes. Swallow. And up again. Karen has kind of started already. The males already started to turn, and their testosterone levels up. The fact that the male impala are segregating themselves, starting to herd females, males that are on their own in areas, and there's been a bit of gurgling / roaring going on. It is definitely underway, but the full sort of breeding time happens from the end of April till the end of May. It's a month period. It's one full moon cycle. But the males come into their rut beforehand, and it can go on for a couple of months afterwards, even though the females have been, for the most part, impregnated. We will be watching that process very closely. I hear elephants. Oh, Stem, a little Dacre. The Dacre has scared the impalas. You naughty little Dacre. Why did you scare them anyway? We'll see if there's anything else lurking around, but Lauren is just around the corner. I wonder if you can guess where she's at.
And Tima is here, thank goodness. My second visit to the hyena den tonight. Please don't leave, Miss Tima. I heard you whooping. You've just arrived with a very full belly. There's a cub in the background. Oh, 2. Ngwazi, and I'm not sure who the other one is. Ngwazi's at the stage where his legs are so long, he just looks completely out of proportion. Of course, he's going through that awkward phase. He's now 1 year old. Can you believe it, everyone? They were our lockdown cubbies. This year definitely has flown by, considering. I have no idea what she's eating. I can hear the crunching, but I have no idea what it is. Sounds like bone. I have to remember the cubs don't have the jaw strength that the adults have. The jaws don't normally spring into action until about 2 years old. And none of the cubs here are 2 yet. Kate, you're asking, do hyenas ever eat grass to clean their tummies like dogs? I would imagine they would. I've never seen it. But I think it's quite characteristic of many mammals, if they have an upset tummy, to eat a lot of grass. But but I've never seen them do it. I have seen hyenas do all sorts of weird and wonderful things, but not eat grass. But I would imagine they would. My dog does it a lot. Poppy the beagle. When she has an upset tummy, she eats a lot of grass. But then again, it's a completely different digestive tract. And hyenas have incredibly strong stomach acid. Hydrochloric acid is very, very low on the pH scale. Far stronger. Oh, Davy, are you getting that smell? My goodness. Far stronger than us humans. And it literally blasts away anything that enters into the stomach. So it kills any sort of bacteria, pathogens, anything nasty entering the stomach. It completely kills it. And therefore that means that it doesn't enter into the large intestines or the bloodstream. And that's why hyenas are so resistant to many diseases that have killed off other top predators. Canine distemper, anthrax, rabies. Hyenas are not affected. Their immune system is actually of great interest in science as to why hyenas have sort of not, been affected by diseases and infections like other animals. Okay, I'm just going to turn my spotlight on quickly. I do see eyes. I just need to check where everyone is. My goodness, you smell awful. I'm gonna lie down right next to the car. Would you look at that? Hello, Ngwas. You handsome little sausage. They love to be next to the car. Davy, can you just turn that volume up marginally? Sorry, we've had a little bit of a hiccup with comms. I've got the question though. How many times a year does a hyena give birth? Only once. Sorry, Davy was doing another task for me there. And it's a very long lactation period. So the cub will suckle for, well, the longest period of time would be 2 years, 24 months. It's on average 18 months. And that means that they are completely sort of occupied. They will not come into estrus during that time. It will be after the 2-year mark that the female would come into estrus again, then would begin mating again and then give birth. So it's every 2 to 3 years that they can give birth. Definitely not more than once a year. Unless, of course, she loses a litter. If she loses a litter, as with most animals, then she will come into estrus again and will be able to fall pregnant again. Would you look at that face? Looks like butter wouldn't melt. And we're back at den number 3 again, everyone. I believe the lions were very close to den number 1 the other day. And I think that's why we've potentially made a move back to den number 3. I just need to check around for Intima. If Intima has really disappeared, sorry, Dobby, then we will have to disappear. But I need to use my spotlight. I don't see her. So sadly, that means we have to move, everyone. Are you ready, Dobby? Okay, I'm just going to drive really carefully here in case any of the cubs are around. They love to lie on the road right next to the vehicles. Yeah, Intima's definitely not here. Okay, I'm going to bumble onwards into the dark, and we're going to send you guys across to Nikki.
So unfortunately, those lions have moved off to an area where we couldn't follow them anymore. It was really dense bush. And after that, we went around to the other side, as we mentioned. Sorry, I just want to take it out of low range before we carry on. So as we were going on to the particular road where we were hoping they could come out, they unfortunately didn't, and we never know. Maybe as they were moving through this dense area, they could find something that they wanted to hunt, or they could have gone and lied down, and only later on they might come out again. So we're going to refocus our search, maybe see if there's any other signs of possibly leopard in the area, and of course some of the more nocturnal animals. I mean, if I would see a porcupine, I would be so excited. Haven't seen one in quite a while, and we're going to just venture off and see what we can get. But unfortunately, those lions, they managed to get into a dense area, so we couldn't follow them anymore. But tomorrow's another day, and we hopefully will find them again. As we were driving on, I actually heard the call of a southern white-faced scops owl, which is a very distinctive, like a call. And unfortunately, we couldn't see it, but I am looking out in this area to possibly see if there's an opportunity to find one. Or even a chameleon. I mean, a chameleon would also be really nice. Anything would be nice. There's so many spider webs actually across the road, and as we're driving, you might see I'm cleaning my face quite often. Danny, I would say my favorite one to see at night would probably be a honey badger. Like if we see a honey badger, I reckon my day's already been made. I mean, there's just so many beautiful things we already saw today, but if it's just going to be the cherry on top of the cake, I would say a honey badger. And I have seen one on this road actually not too long ago, so I thought I saw something in one of the branches. So we're going to carry on. There's a few places I want to check on this side, a few open areas, as well as a few areas that are a little bit more dense with a lot of trees. And as I mentioned, anything, I'll be happy with anything, but especially a honey badger would be quite nice. Luva, with the predators that I know, so let's say if we used a lion, a leopard, hyena, those are the big predators, or let's say even include the wild dogs. So from all those predators, the lion definitely has to have the biggest canines. I've seen a male lion here before where the canine is probably the size of my thumb, which is it's a massive tooth, and it's definitely one that I'm highly allergic to, so I do stay away from those as best as I can. But from a lion, definitely. Hyenas are more compact. Leopard as well, they are big, but not as big as in comparison to male lion. Even baboons have fairly large ones, also the size, I mean, a big male baboon will probably have one that's probably the size of a big lion. So but I mean, from the predators, definitely the lion. Megan, I agree. I just wish they can come out right now. Like, one wants to come out into the road, stand there for a little while, or even on a game trail. I won't be fussy. And we can just view it for some decent time. How amazing would that be? Or even like one actively hunting. The other night we had this epic experience where we were taking a drive, didn't think too much about what's going on, almost like finishing up with the gears and heading down back towards the lodge. And all of a sudden, I just heard this excitement in the tracker's voice. And as we looked, there were two honey badgers that were following each other. And they were actually trying to dig a frog out of a little hole. And they managed to get the frog out quite quickly. And then devoured it right in front of us. It was gruesome, of course, but what an experience to be able to follow them and see that behavior. It was incredible. So what I am going to do now, you'll see we are going up this bit of an embankment here. Once we get to the top, there's another open section that I just want to go past and have a look and see if there's anything maybe in those open areas. So apparently another ranger found something cute, so I don't know what it is, and I couldn't hear the ranger's name, so let's head across and see what they found.
Is our director? Shall we give her a wee beep?
Let's not rush, Bob. I'm sure she'll come.
So welcome back. I'm sorry about, I think, being out in the bush. There might have been some connection issues, but luckily we're back on this pursuit for this honey badger or anything. Often this is the time of the evening where you basically you've searched so hard during the drive that everything starts looking like something potentially you can view. So we'll carry on slowly down here and hopefully be rewarded with something. What's quite nice about the area we're driving in, it's actually a few. I just want to have a look here. We might be able, because it's evening, we can't see it with the spotlight, but because with the infrared camera, we might be able to see there's quite a few Impala in this open area off to the left where we are now. Now, often in the evening, you find that some of the more common animals like Impala, zebra, wildebeest, occasionally the waterbuck, they tend to move into these open areas at night. Firstly, because it's with a lot of individuals there, the more eyes, the more ears, the safer they are, but also because it's nice and open, it's really hard for predators to sneak up on them. And it's a different approach, watching Impala at night, because mainly we do watch them in the day and don't really stop to think or look at them at night. And it's interesting to learn their behavior, especially during the evening, or to see what would they be up to and how would they react. You sometimes would find that some of the individuals would actually lie down and the others would just be scanning around to see if there's anything. But while we enjoy these Impala and then carry on with our drive, let's head across to Steve, because he has an elephant.
Thanks, Nikki. Well, we have caught up with a whole herd of elephants that have been coming out from Tswalu Dam. We're going to cross the dam wall itself and caught ourselves in a roadblock. Children playing at WildEarth camp, having lots of fun. Another vehicle as well, getting through. Well, Simon, it really depends, any time of day. Lately we've been seeing quite a few elephants at night. They don't really have anywhere that they go. They move, they drink, they eat. They move, they drink, they eat. They can end up anywhere. Nice to be able to film them at night without any lights. I don't really enjoy lights too much. So to be on a normal game drive with elephants, you just switch off and listen to the sounds of the feeding. Feeding all around. Can't really see any others apart from these two. Let's move up a little bit to get another view of this. Two beautiful bulls. It was definitely a breeding herd. I could see when we got to the dam wall. Just put your camera up on the left here. We'll sidle up to the bull that we can see. There they are, just off to the left. Now they're moving off. Try and get onto the other side. It's very tricky at night, everybody, to try and get elephants. You know where they are. Alien boy, definitely their smell and their hearing. Well, the herd's moving off to the left here. I'm actually just going to leave them. They're moving up towards quarantine. Definitely their hearing and their smell. Obviously their eyes are quite important for them. And so are ours, but they don't rely on them as much at night. Well, you can't really see, can you? So leave them to their feeding meanders. Tom, they've just come from the waterhole. Elephants drink whenever they feel like it, night or day. And they just came from the watering hole. We just caught them coming out from the dam itself. They weren't swimming though. They've just been drinking. So here we've got our herd of Impala on the left-hand side. This is where they will be the whole time. Of course, right back where we started, here at the area of quarantine. Sorry, Cindy, your question doesn't make sense to me. The bolus is the ball of leaves that comes up. They chew it, that same ball goes down, but now it's being chewed. And so then that stuff gets filtered to the bottom, and then a new ball of thicker leaves that haven't sunk come back up to the surface. Obviously, there are probably bits and pieces that don't always sink. They get re-chewed again. But once everything's been chopped to the necessary size, it sieves itself down, filters itself down to the bottom of the first stomach chamber. And all those leaves that are floating on the top, they are the ones that get accumulated into little balls that come up into the mouth for chewing. I think that's what you asked, but I'm not sure. Elephants are joining us now. On the left, I can hear them arriving. I'm sure in a moment we might get elephants coming out into the open.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Cheetah. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Cheetah's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Anybody hungry for some leaves? This fellow certainly is. Right here, I'm quarantined by the bush braai site. Enjoying some delicious shrubbery this evening. I know why elephants drink so much. Those leaves sound incredibly dry. Maybe that's where the name rasblad comes from. Ras means to make a noise. And they do seem to make a bit of a noise. I was trying to fiddle with the rasblad leaf earlier to see why it's called rasblad. It wasn't making much of a noise. But Johanna suggested to me that maybe when they dry. Now we're clearly seeing that seems to be the case. Well, I don't think it's chocolates for this big pachyderm either today. He's going to settle for some leaves, some scrumptious leaves that no doubt taste absolutely nothing like chocolate. But when you don't know what you're missing, you don't know what you're missing. We all hope you have had a wonderful Easter Friday with us. We promise tomorrow morning to find you some more action, some more activity in and around the private game reserves. There has been some activity, but it's been very quiet from us here today at Djuma. But that comes and goes. Tomorrow, Easter Saturday, we look forward to hosting you again. Hope you're having a wonderful time with your family. Hope you're not stuffing your faces too much like this elephant bull is. Enjoy your time with your family and loved ones. We look forward to hosting you again tomorrow morning from all of us, from all over the different feeds. Have a blessed evening further. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, Easter Saturday. Good night and goodbye.